student body which works especially in the areas of mass communication. I invite members of Outside X team to please come on the dais, and they have launched a series of new podcasts that's going to be live very soon. So members of Outside X team, please.
For coming, and we'll be talking to you today for just a brief 1 minute about Insights by Outside X, our podcast. Last year, this started off as our team is all around you taking pictures as well. Now we started off as a small student body, and we created a podcast that ranked number 21 on Apple Podcasts in India. We were 1 through 10 on the Nalsar channel. And it was an entirely student initiative thanks to professors like Professor Amish, who not only graced us and came on to the podcast to support us, but also helped us get AI co-founders, HRs, CEOs this time, and getting such a diverse set of people on board this time that we are extremely happy and elated to share this with you as well. Now, we're facing a little bit of technical difficulty, but as soon as this is done, we'll be showing you the official trailer for Insights by Outside X as well. Please stay tuned. So if we could get the lights to get off? Yeah, could we get the lights to get off? Yeah, apart from that we could. Yeah, those lights. Alright, so while we are talking about that, we'll also take a moment to mention as well that this podcast season 2 will be launching on 29 September on the official Nalsar channel. Now, if you may have come onto the campus and if you'd have seen the campus videos, you must have seen our previous works as well. We garnered over 50,000 views on this podcast alone with the help of our trailers, our campus videos and whatnot. Apart from that, we have 5 major deliverables which have been launched in the presence of the Chief Justice of India, Supreme Court and High Court judges, and we're launching another set of our magazine video as well. We have 5 major deliverables including magazines, our newsletters, our LinkedIn carousels, our LinkedIn posts as well. We have an entire SEO team working in which we even outrank Nalsar's channel, Nalsar's website on a couple of keywords as well. We'll be playing the trailer for you right now. Welcome to
Insights Season 2.
So on 29th September, we will finally be releasing Insight Season 2 out to everyone today. And for a special guest that we have today as well, we will be releasing a select few number of our copies onto as well. So please reach out to us and please let us know in case you want a physical copy of Outside X magazine on here.
Yeah, thank you, Ayush, for showing us a glimpse of what you're doing. Now, let's move on to the third session that we have planned for today. And this session is largely on operationalizing POSH Act and its various functions in workplaces. So we have not just one speaker, we have a team of speakers that would be guiding us through next 2 sessions. And let me take a moment to appreciate the good work that they have been doing over the years. To begin with, we have Ms. Madhujit Singh. She is somebody with over 26 years of experience, founder and CEO of Ananya Women at Work, a boutique diversity and inclusion improve the gender diversity ratio in favor of women. Just to give an idea of the amount of work she is doing in 2022, she's also joined by Bhavna Arora. Yeah, please, a round of applause for Madhujit Singh. She comes with more than 3 decades of experience in the garment export industry and have contributed in various capacities, including market women leadership. To begin with, we have with us D. Sujit Kumar, who is a certified master trainer with focus on BFSI, automobile experience, as well as POSH training. He has an over 20 years of experience in the corporate world. A moment of appreciation for D. Sujit Kumar. For different levels of participants, ranging from graduates to postgraduates to a working professional, and she's a seasoned certified life coach professional who offers and who has an experience over 10 years in diverse industries at various job roles, such as training, mentoring, and being part of responsibility. So I welcome all the team members and Ms. Madhujit Singh and Bhavna Arora for an insightful 2 sessions, which will get us a clear idea about operationalizing POSH at workplaces. Stage is all yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, that's so much better. Do we have a hand mic? I prefer that. Hello? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so you've had a lot of POSH since morning. Lot of it, and anyone, while the presentation is coming up, what specifically? Okay. Okay, that's 17 seconds, take a break. Yeah. What else? Anything else? Anybody wants to share? One minute, I'll listen there. And do we have mics here? Okay. Yes, please.
I think for me, they spoke more than instead of going into law, they just speak about the prevention, how we are going to prevent. That is more important, what I feel.
So beautiful. As a case, then we will is there. Thanks.
Unless until we are the people who have, so it's humiliating. So I think put across the words, but many people doesn't.
Somebody, could you please be accumulative of sexual harassment, workplace harassment. Somebody speaks very harshly to me, like, as you said, like my manager speaks very harshly, continues to speak very harshly every time. I don't say a word, which happens typically in an organization. I keep quiet, I keep listening. I'll say maybe the other person will change. Maybe I keep praying, maybe my manager will change, but doesn't happen. 18 seconds. He's looking at me, more than 18 seconds. Because my relationship is not good earlier, this 18 seconds become very, very crucial for me. Yes, please.
I'm sorry to say that it is not 18 seconds, it is 14 seconds.
14 seconds. Thank you. So when you're watching your end, your apology is not accepted. This thing was welcome. Thank you so much. No, sir. How can we do that, sir? Better to close eyes. Yeah, but we don't usually look into somebody's eyes for 14 seconds. I mean, it's uncomfortable for us as well. Sorry? People sometimes don't even look into your eyes, and they're looking elsewhere also. Yes, absolutely. And we don't even know where they're looking. We can't even tell them, sir, ma'am, don't look at this. And while it is sexual, I'm sure the esteemed speakers before me would have also mentioned, while the sexual harassment at workplace, the act is for women, most organizations have made it gender neutral policy, irrespective of a man or a woman. So even if the other person is of same gender, we have to not look at them for 14 seconds or look anywhere else where it becomes uncomfortable for the other person.
Yeah, so this is PBS.
Thank you.
So I think morning, both the sessions were awesome.
Okay.
The message I was trying to understand in simple language is no posh, N-O, posh is about no posh, K-N-O-W, posh. If we know about that prevention, I think we don't have to get into the second, third, fourth slots. I think that was
Absolutely.
something which was the very first speaker pinned it right, and it was more encompassing on the respect. So when coming to staring eyes, more than staring, it is rolling the eyes on somebody else. So that is more abusive.
Yes.
So staring means it doesn't have to stare at things. And the human intelligence is so brilliant that, we try to look for 13 plus 1. We should stop that 13 plus 1,
Yeah.
We should stop rolling the eyes. Thank you very
Absolutely.
much.
Absolutely. So no posh, no posh. Fantastic. I love that. Beautiful.
Ma'am,
1 minute. We'll get the mic, sir. Yes, sir.
ma'am, this staring for a woman 14 seconds at a glance, they will be punished under IPC 294, madam.
Okay.
So the class should be displayed in a prominent places and conspicuous places so that
To put all these factors, it's a laundry list which can never be complete. Some of us have children here, some of us went to a co-ed school. The manners that we were taught in the NO, but do we ever stare at them? We don't. We make an eye contact, but we don't make. So it is about respecting the choice of other persons. When we were children, some of us, I remember my mother used to noise. If I'm eating with a spoon in a plate, she would say, don't make the noise. Now, what is manners all about? It is not about us. If I'm sitting alone and eating, irrespective of how much noise I make with my spoon and plate, doesn't matter. But if I'm sitting with somebody else, it's distracting for the other person. Manners is all about respecting the choice. So laundry list, not possible.
Yes, first have, but not to the control on sthita prajna. Sthita prajna is control on self. Allow others that bold female employee to have a third party male or female to the pressure on that is okay. First duty minded, this is a only. Nothing else.
What I really liked about was Amita Danda's session, which she located harassment not only in the sexual space, but in the best likely to move into a sexual harassment. So, and look at where bully and harassment is happening.
Word there. If we can, in our term of sexual harassment, there is look at it as, it's all encompassing. Whether it is bullying, whether we talk about somebody's height, weight, making statements like your complexion or which part of the country you are, you look like this, you are, all those things will come under workplace harassment. Talking about women, about their pregnancy, about their, a common language, oh, she's aggressive because she must be going through a PMS, which it may lead to sexual harassment. All right, so thank you so much for this.
Ma'am, one question. Yeah, just now as you said, a good manners taught in the childhood would continue
Yes.
his lifelong.
Yes.
So, since as you said, KNOW POSH is NO POSH.
Yes.
So, do you have any plans to educate the children in their puberty age?
Yes.
So that they, this stage doesn't come where they have to, learn about POSH at workplace, and women, they don't get victimized. Yeah.
Absolutely.
They don't suffer such things. So, do you have any plans to speak to the education minister or conduct workshops in schools?
See, I alone or you alone can't do anything.
Yeah, as parents, we would definitely
Yes.
guide them. But in
Yes.
schools, if this has been taken as a additional thing,
Absolutely.
then that would greatly help us.
I'm totally with you,
Society.
sir. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Yes.
Hello, ma'am. So
Okay, the last one. I know this is the third, but let me last, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
And we'll have more time for more questions. Don't worry.
right. So, this is just a request that if you would cover the sexual harassment, which is a potential sexual harassment and may turn into an actual sexual harassment in a workplace. So, I mean, identifying those and how we will handle those situations.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
And the next two sections, you will experience that, but we would specifically ask you to be vocal and ask more questions and share experiences. We would love to know your experiences at the workplace. All right, so let's start with a story. I'll just... Excuse me. Excuse me. Can you get me my laptop there? I think some wrong file has gone. Can somebody give me my laptop? Hope I've not deleted the presentation in my laptop. All right, even if I have, it doesn't matter because what is there in the presentation is all there in the mind. Thank you. All of you will have to excuse me. Bhavna, would you, any more questions? You can come and take them. My colleagues, 4 of my colleagues are here. Any more questions? They would be happy to address it right now. I need some help here.
This is one of the concerns that I have. Within the POSH Act, the punishment that is given is based on the rules of the organization. And many a times the rules of the organization, especially the accused, because one-time offender may not necessarily be an offender for life. And when you are actually giving a punishment of termination of the person's this, I often think that the act is not really in the sense that you should terminate the person, but it's been very difficult to convince organizations that that this extent of thing may not really be productive in terms of really changing people's behaviors. Because if you're looking at changing behaviors, it has to have a corrective element. And justice is for corrective elements.
Yeah, thanks for asking that question. That's a very important question because a lot of time we see that there is termination because of the policies of the organization. Yeah, but then when you are aware of, when a person is aware of the policies or values of the organization, then why get into it first of all? Why not respect 14 seconds? Yeah.
I think most of you must be knowing about Panish Murthy of Infosys. Panish Murthy was into this kind of activity, and he was a very extremely intelligent professional who helped Infosys, and Panish Murthy was made away from Infosys. But still, his habits continued. One is
You'll understand. See, this is a situation that happened. Yeah, I'll make it short, okay? No, I'm not taking the wrong. This was an interaction between a doctor and a nurse. And the doctor and the nurse, the nurse was supposed to have the nurse's husband, the person who harasses, not even the nurse's employee. And in that process, the nurse got terminated, and I couldn't say because they said that they've crossed the line.
I think I missed the question. What was it? Doctor and nurse, and doctor. Yeah, same one. This one. Yes, now it's fine. So I did hear a question, I'll take the previous question first. We talked about termination. It's not always termination. Sometimes even counseling is done. If it's a deeper gravity, if it's a complaint which of more gravity, then a warning letter may be given. It's only in extreme cases terminations are given. Yes. About the nurse and the doctor? Okay.
The offender is not the nurse. You just couldn't convince the organization to it, because
Absolutely.
I'm saying what I'm trying to say is that sometimes the punishment services, because they are not able to handle the implications on the larger space.
I do agree with you. That's the realities that we live with. My presentation is doing fine. May I know your name, sir, please? Anand, sir. Thanks to Anand, sir. This is doing well. Thank you so much, Mr. Anand. Yes. All right. And we'll call her Mohan. Okay? Is everybody okay with the names? So Rita is joining an organizer, is GM of the company. And there are 2 levels in between. There are 2 levels of, and it's 2-level reporting. So Mohan asked Rita, he welcomes to the fastest growing company of India. Rita is pretty excited, says, joined a new organization. So Mohan they meet once again. How is your work? So, my parents stay in a city called Meerut, which is close to Delhi. I'm staying alone here. A lot of professionals today stay alone, both men and women in today's world, they stay alone. He says, I stay alone with Indian food someday. Rita doesn't know what to say. She says, sure, sir, if you wish, she says that. Okay, fast forward. Another 4 months pass by. So 5 months into this company, she says, they meet again. Rita and Mohan meet again in another context. Mohan asks her, your employee is getting, her promotion is getting over. So has your employment been regularized? Mohan says, Rita, I have that power. Rita doesn't understand it. She genuinely does not understand. And she says, what, sir? What do you mean? One says, ha 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 ha, I was just joking. Don't worry. Don't take it seriously. All right. And then Rita gets regularized. Then Rita regularizes and she informs Mohan, sir, I got my employment. Thank you, sir. Mohan had told her that I can impact your regularization. He said he was joking, but it's not a joke for Rita. She thinks, she's appreciative that he's done, and he informs her, hello, sir. Says, and Mohan says, oh, what happened? You haven't invited me. Rita doesn't know. Sir, I've been busy, and I'll invite you when my parents are here. Says, what? Are you scared of me? And then again he laughs, haha, just joking. Woman, this could be a man and a man, woman and a man, it doesn't matter. Can anybody relate to that? Can anybody relate to this situation? What goes in Rita's mind now? There is absolutely no sexual harassment. It's a quid pro quo. Anyone else would like to share? To say about this situation? Have we been in a similar kind of situation? Have you experienced somebody else being in similar kind of? Yes, absolutely. It's creating an environment which is hostile for her to work. Now imagine, we'll go a step further. Rita decides to go to the committee. Just ignore it.
Awkwardness.
Awkwardness, absolutely.
It's explicit.
It is explicit. Despite it being explicit, Rita goes through that phase. Does he really mean it? Rita herself doesn't know. Is it a joke really? Or, trying to make me feel comfortable because I'm staying alone. All the thoughts that goes on in Rita's mind. What will people think about me if I tell anybody? Did I say anything wrong? What are my options? And so on and so forth. A lot of questions that goes on in Rita's mind. So what we have here that's going around, set of 6 questions. And we'll request you to keep this story in mind with you. And while this is a story, keep the larger picture also. In groups, we expect you, make a group of 6 or 7 or 8, between 6 and 10. Find somebody, if you're sitting alone at the back, come a little forward. Make groups and let's discuss among ourselves the 6 questions. Okay? We have 10 minutes to do that. We have 4 volunteers who are moving around who will help you discuss these questions. So this is your moment. I'm going to keep quiet for a while. Just try these questions in your groups. And we want students also to participate. It's meaningful for them as well. Yeah, thank you for doing that. Just move around a little. Make the groups. Somebody can stand up and turn around. Somebody can go to another place and sit and speak. Find partners, find groups, and please, we would request the student volunteers as well to participate because we would like their perspectives as well. Post-lunch, it's fine to stand up and have a discussion. It helps. Some digestion. My colleague, Mr. Sujit, Ms. Bhavna, Ms. Gayatri, and Mr. Babu. They're also around. They'll help you in case you have difficulty. Yeah. I think the volunteers can put their hands up. People still don't know, right? Your volunteers. Okay. No, volunteers, I mean the Ananya volunteers, the volunteers for the answering the questions, not the Nalsar volunteers, please. Up 5 minutes more.
Excuse me, there's a Kia Seltos number plate TS09FT8403. Whose is it? Kia Seltos, black color, 8403.
In case any group has already completed, they can actually move to another group and help them out, have a much richer discussion.
There's another car, TS07HP4678. It's a Suzuki car. Who's it? TS, one more car, TS08FJ5121. Its car is being blocked.
Respondent is Mohan is respondent here. Committee member are committee members.
Two more minutes. Good to see all the activity happening, conversations happening.
What can the committee member do to ensure that they are able to get the facts? separately only they'll call, sir, normally. Regular process is, separately they will record. When the respondent is invited with the committee members for the conversation to inquire about the complaint.
1 more minute, we will conclude our conversation.
Respondent mind, we cannot read. He will, always try to.
Let's see whatever they'll ask.
Common in nature, I have, just for a social something. And he will try to defend his case. That means.
All right, so 10 minutes are up. 10 minutes which sounded so big, suddenly have shrunk, completely gone.
There is a complaint I must know. So if that is the case, I'll withdraw from here.
Sorry?
And he may say that you inquire about my nature. With the
13 minutes, okay. So somebody wants 3 more minutes so that the 14th minute is not come.
if other team members are saying it's very casual, we have this debate చేద్దాం సార్ నేను మీ వైపు నుంచి నేను మైండ్ ట్రై చేస్తాను
All right, so can we come back to our seats or can we settle down?
లోట్రా అసోసియేషన్ కావాలి వీకేసి
Yes, please, can we come back to our seats? Can we settle down and start discussing the case studies? Discussing the questions, sorry.
Okay, next is and what is going on in the respondent mind?
Okay, so one quick question before we actually go into the questions. How was the experience of discussing? Good.
చేస్తాం సార్ what can the company
Sorry?
do to ensure they are able to get the
5 more minutes. Somebody wants 5 more minutes.
inquire about other team members ఉంటారు కదా they should inquire others also to bring the facts. See, they will.
All right, so shall we start? 5 more minutes may not be, we don't have the luxury of those 5 minutes, but you can continue to, yes please. Thank you so much. Done, done. So can we have your hands up, whoever is done now? Some people can put their 2 hands up, so it looks like more people have done it, yeah. All right, so since most of us are doing this, we'll continue doing it. We're going to discuss these questions and now we want you to volunteer to start speaking up the first question. Which group would like to take the first question? Yes, please. Mike, please, here.
Ma'am, we are here.
Okay. Oh, they've already
grabbed, madam.
taken the mic and kept it. First one, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Shankar. I think all of you have the questions handy. I am just reading out in fact, it's our group's opinion. The first question being, why do women hesitate to come forward to report a case? And all 6 of us feel it's because of fear of losing a job, self-doubt. And then, my interpretation, by any chance, is it wrong? Okay, maybe he has a different opinion and he has a different understanding because of the cultural, maybe of for any other reason. Is my interpretation wrong? Is the first opinion that all of us felt. And for the second question, how do we make
first one only, please? We'll give others a chance.
No, in first question you have 2, madam.
Okay.
Yeah. How do we make the environment conducive for women to come forward when they feel uncomfortable? So this is the second question in the same first one. So all 6 of us opined that for a woman to open up or to go to a HR department or to ICC for complaint, even to the grievance committee, she may feel difficult. Whereas if you have some kind of ambassadors within groups, for example, for fire and safety and some of the other HR things, we have groups within the organization where they act like ambassadors and they quickly respond to and they raise the noise to the higher-ups. So similarly, if we have an ambassador cultures, either within department or cross-functional, where women can reach out to his co-worker, that will create more ease when you compare to reaching out to your HR and ICC committee. So this ambassador concept is felt by all 6 of us. So that is the way to encourage the conducive work environment for a woman to approach and raise her noise. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much.
We have
Beautiful
few more
point.
reasons, ma'am.
Please, anybody would like to add to the gentleman here?
Yes, ma'am. Our team has identified few more reasons. For the
Yes.
first question, why do women hesitate to come forward to report a case?
Yes.
Probably few more reasons are like identity exposure to the all organization members. So sensitivity of the issues. So
Yes.
those are the 2 reasons that our team has identified. For the second continuation question, how do we make the environment conducive for women to come forward? Like she can immediately report to the external committee member of that particular team of the organization rather than reporting it to the internal member. So the external chairperson will be acting it more carefully, not disclosing her name until unless the sensitivity of the issue is too high.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all from our side.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am.
Somebody is here. Okay, let's have the backbenchers first. Yes. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, ma'am, with regard to first question, why do women hesitate to come forward to report a case? Because she is newly joined in the organization, and the person also, Mr. Mohan, he is a completely influenced person. She may hesitate whether it will affect to her career.
Yes.
Organization. That is the reason she may hesitate to come forward to report a case. That is our discussion. And how do we make the environment conducive for women to come forward when they feel uncomfortable? So in every organization, during the time of induction, the HR has to create awareness programs
Yes.
for women to to come forward and to complain about this kind of situations. So the HR has to create a very safe and workplace environment. That is the thing.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
We should have an open door policy with the senior management where the employees feel comfortable to walk into their cabin anytime and, express their concerns by, bringing out the trust factor and bonding with everyone. So that would help all the women employees to just walk in and express their concerns.
So in this case, you're saying if Mohan had an open door policy and Rita could go, or other management?
Other managers. We
All
should
the other
identify,
management.
yes.
Fair enough. Yes, please.
Hello ma'am, I would like to add some more points. The first question in which they have mentioned, why do women hesitate to come forward to report the case? In the case of Rita, the first thing is she is not aware that what thing is harassment. She was just confused that is I am getting harassed or not. She don't have the confidence even is I am thinking over or something like that. So first of all, the awareness we should give it to Rita, not only in the induction level but throughout her career, like every 3 to 4 months there should be some awareness program in the things should be required. And add on to the second question, that how organization can give the conductive environment. So as our team, we have came to the conclusion that the previous cases, if there are some harassment happening with another person, so how that organization is taking it, is they are taking it in a serious manner or they're just very lenient about it.
Yes.
If we take POSH very seriously, so other people may also come forward. Not only this, after the complaint, how their colleagues are behaving with that person. So that also matters. So what is history that make somewhere, like if we are making some mistakes or something like that, like if we are taking it seriously, so they may go to forward and more people take the initiative and they will complain against it. That's it. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So what is the history of the organization in handling it? We'll just give a chance this side and then we'll come to you.
Ma'am.
Yes.
Here, ma'am. Am I visible?
Yes.
Yes. So my team is here,
and we have come for the following points when it comes to hesitance of women to report. First of all, anything that contains sexual, the word sex itself is pretty much stigmatized thanks to a very strictly patriarchal setup in both social, professional, even professional, because nowadays even if let's say there's an office party and snacks need to be arranged, we directly look at female employees. Why? Because it's normalized on the household setup as well.
Yeah.
And since sexual is a very stigmatized topic, lot of sexual oriented programs and different courses and sensitization courses with LGBTQA plus as well need to be given to employees.
Yes.
And obviously there's lack of awareness. That's another major problem. To combat that, we need personality development sessions exclusively for both men and women of the organization.
Yes.
They should know personal boundaries. I mean, the concept of personal boundaries. They should be educated and made aware of what is happening around the society and why is it happening, the historical facts behind it.
Yes.
And one more point is further interaction, which should be frequent with employees, based on etiquettes, based on basic points related to integrity should be conducted. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you brought in a very, very beautiful point about training the employees, not only awareness about sexual harassment, but training them to be able to speak up when they are uncomfortable. Why should Rita go to the committee? Why can't she speak with Mohan directly? Sir, I am uncomfortable. Please don't come. So giving that training to Mohan also. Sensitivity. If somebody comes to you with a feedback, accept the feedback instead of saying, oh, I didn't mean anything. It is about impact and not the intent. Irrespective of what Mohan is saying or anybody else is saying, any other gender irrespective is saying, if there is an impact, both should be trained or organization-wide training to be assertive and on the other side to be able to accept feedback. All right, so with that, we'll move on to the second question. We would want you to take up the second one unless somebody has a very, very, a very different idea about the second, about the first question itself. So, yes.
Women employees are made mentors.
Yes.
For a set of junior employees.
Yes.
Junior employees, they can confide with the females.
Yes.
That system should be in place.
That should.
So that elderly mentor, woman mentor will be a commendable position to speak people like Mohan also.
Yes, but the problem comes, we still don't have very many women in the higher position in the organization.
But at least are we doing to the extent available, we can do no.
Yeah, if there's one or two women, there's a lot of workload. I think the men should become mentors to tell people like Mohan. Women should be able to tell to the elderly men, and the men should be able to speak with Mohan also.
That is
sir.
No, that is nice. But they are in the same group, no?
Yeah. Yes, please. Thank you so much, sir. Yes, please. Second one, please. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. And before I move to the second question, I wanted to add one more point to the first question is why women hesitate to go to file a complaint with the ICC members. It may be not only interpretations, and also she may think that if I raise my voice, if I go to file a complaint, what others may think, what if others get to know, all these queries they have. So how we can create a conducive environment to encourage when a woman employee face such kind of instances is we can create constant sessions, bring constant awareness, not only to the ICC members, but also to all the employees conducting workshops at least twice in a year.
Yeah,
and
that point already came in, so.
Yeah, also conducting some quiz questions like how we force surveys to the organization.
Yes.
So we can force the survey also, and we can place email addresses and phone numbers, helpline numbers everywhere, so that helpful to the employee. One time she may think, she may be hesitant, but second time whenever she looks at the email ID or the contact numbers, helpline numbers, she may change her mind and she may move forward to stop that kind of harassment.
Yes.
And
I hope you all are taking notes, because this is all going to help you in your respective organizations. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next one.
And the second question is, when a complainant make a complaint and is invited by the committee members, what goes in the complainant's mind? And second is, how can the committee members make the environment comfortable for the complainant?
Yes.
This is a good question actually. And yes, if me as a complainant, if I'm an ordinary employee, I may think 1,000 questions in my mind. Like if someone showing inappropriate or unwelcoming behavior, I may think, is it correct? Did I misunderstand? Like this first question have mostly covered all the answers.
Yes.
But still, I step up. I have taken a decision to step up for a complaint.
Yeah.
After I get into the cabin with the ICC members, then as an ICC member should give confidence that
Yes.
they have to give the assurance that whatever the information is sharing by you, it is confidential and there is no impact further. Whether it is right or wrong, giving that assurance and confidence always helpful for the complainant to open up her mind what and all the instances she faced.
Yes.
Giving that assurance, maintaining the confidentiality and continuing her employment assurance about her reviews or appraisals, whatever it is, she or he may open her mind, and she talks freely about the incident, whatever she is going through.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Thank you so much. Yes, please. Over there. I can see a hand there. So one correction here for everybody's knowledge. We continue. We'll come to you next, sir. Yes, we continue to call the internal committee as ICC. There was in 2016, there was an amendment passed to the Act where ICC is now called IC. Instead of internal complaint committee, it is internal committee. And the reason why they did was because companies thought it was only redressal process. Only complaints be taken up. Prevention and prohibition were quite ignored by organization. And that is the reason the amendment was passed. So it is called internal committee, IC. All right, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Vaishali.
Yeah.
I work in an organization called Biologically Limited.
Okay.
So apart from all the points that she has made, I think the questions or doubts that the complainant would have is, one, I don't have any proofs, right?
Yes.
How do I even prove something that has happened?
Yes.
Right? And the kind of environment, I think, apart from again mentioning all those, I would not repeat, but one is unbiased hearing.
Yes.
I should not be judged, right? So that kind of an environment, if it comes up, if the complainant feels that the committee members are actually willing to hear me and not judge me on what behavior I had at that time, I think I will be very comfortable in complaining or giving the details.
So to add to your statement, judging would mean, what were you wearing?
What was I wearing?
What?
You're asking me those questions. If you would just hear me out,
Absolutely.
I think it will be very easy for me to, spell out the things.
Wonderful. I think the gentleman here has been wanting to share some ideas. Yes.
Yeah, hi, man.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. We as a group, we have discussed a lot about these questions and the scenarios basically.
Yes.
When I'm referring to the second one, I mean, majority of our colleagues have talked about. So the complainant will go through a scenario whether I'm making a right complaint or not. Firstly,
Yes.
Because when I talk about a committee, the kind of environment within that committee that, giving that, rather than showing the empathy, the confidence, you are at the right place.
Absolutely.
We are here to listen you rather than thinking that, oh, you have made a big complaint. I mean,
Yes.
that is something that we talked about here. And I'm just stepping back and I'm trying to give some, value add to the first question, second part, where the technology has taken a lot place in today's work life. That the majority of the organizations, in fact, we have this practice way long back, voice out. I mean, there is an option given to every employee to voice out. They do not be disclose their identity, where an employee is given an option to raise the complaint. I would not say complaint. Employee can voice out whether he or she, anybody for the matter, going through any kind of harassment, where they have an option to directly put it to the board, the CEO, the chairman, HR. I mean, they have a list of committee members where they can raise the complaint to them directly.
Yes, some
Where
kind
the-
of hotline as
Exactly.
the
Yeah.
lady here had mentioned.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Anything, Madam, you want to add?
Yes. And
Thank
yes. Yes, so I've got a reminder, 5 minutes more, so we'll move on to the third question. Who wants to take the third question, please? Which group? Yeah, and the ladies come with a lot of courage, please, to complain. Yes, yes, you're getting the mic right there.
Hi, Madhu. Good evening.
Good evening.
Srinivas Dulipala here.
Hi.
Hi.
Yes.
Ensure that the decorum is communicated prior to all, including the respondents.
Yes.
Because that respect should be maintained.
Yes.
Else it go bonkers. It might be a loose talk.
Yes.
It might be a rumor here.
Absolutely.
So the third respective question, ensure that the decorum is maintained and is communicated prior such that we can build the confidence of everybody, the IC as well as the complainant.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Srinivas is a good friend, so thank you so much for sharing all that. Now, what Srinivas is saying, so very beautiful point. Sometimes when the respondent comes in, like in this case, most of us have declared Mohan guilty. Most of us in our minds have already declared Mohan guilty. So how do we make sure that the committee doesn't do that and they actually give a fair hearing to Mohan? It could be a genuine interest of Mohan to make Rita comfortable, nothing more than that. But he does not realize that when he's trying to become friendly to somebody who's 2 levels junior to him, it's uncomfortable to her. So when Mohan comes to the committee, if the committee member can give Mohan a good opportunity or good chance to speak and explain to Mohan that this was not very welcome by Rita, and Mohan accepts, acknowledges, I think we are already done, because somebody had already pointed out, it's a behavioral change. It's a corrective. The committee should be corrective, should be more involved into corrective actions rather than punitive actions. We don't want to punish them. We want to help them change their behavior. So if all that context is set up, make the entire conversation conducive, if Mohan had a genuine intent to help Rita, that would come out. But if Mohan had some other intentions, that would also come out, and the committee would act accordingly. And if you observed, in both the questions, the second and the third question, the word conversation is written. We've not talked about inquiry with the whole self rather than feeling scared. All right? Okay, shall we move on to the fourth one? What are the challenges for a committee members during an inquiry members, and how do they come to a fair conclusion? Please, sir.
First, Rita is not a small girl.
Yes.
She is working, means she is not minor.
Yes.
And nowadays in the schooling also, girl child may learn gender bias, gender. Her disagreements she can express. Very beginning. It is our committee, our team opinion. Why? Because Very beginning, Mohan is liking to have North Indian food. Very beginning, my family culture and all tradition and all, we want to invite others as alone. If you come along with your family or my parents are available in my home, then it is okay. Like that, in the initial stage, she can express her disagreements. It is the major challenge of the
Sir,
country.
I would like to interrupt here.
Yeah.
The fact is that the incident has happened.
Yeah.
So we are not going to evaluate or judge the
Okay,
incident.
but verbally, Mohan verbally proposed, not, there is no messages and all the exchange in between Mohan and Rita.
Yes.
Only, he expecting to have lunch or dinner in her house, as alone. But very beginning also is a challenge for the committee. In beginning, why Rita disagree for them, for the same thing?
Would anybody like to answer to the gentleman? I thank you so much for that question, sir. And that's a very, very genuine question. Please.
So, I would suggest IC should not be judgmental or a bias.
Yes.
They are not there policing that what was right or what was wrong,
Yeah.
what she could have done, what she would have not done. It is the incidents that has happened. IC has to be there, non-judgmental and non-biased.
Yes.
Have to recognize what has happened and give fair chance to all the parties, I would say. It's not only Rita, but the Mohan and also some witnesses if they have. They have to record and they have to try to find out the witnesses or the proofs for that.
Yeah.
And they also need to see into the previous incidences if that has happened.
Yes.
And then they can decide the grievance of the incidents. So the challenges I would say for the IC committee is that they have to have this complaint in written.
Yes.
So if the person who has faced this situation is so scared that she goes and speak to somebody, but she is so scared for hostile environment or the retaliation, she
Yes.
won't come up with a written application or written statement for this. So one challenge is that
Yeah.
conclude the investigation.
Absolutely. So that is another challenge.
Yeah.
Operational challenge for IC committee, yes.
And third thing I would say, they have to under a law conduct all the inquiry with a confidentiality, C committee.
The bigger challenge is that by the time Rita comes to the committee, the entire organization knows.
Yeah.
That's where the confidentiality problem comes. So
And-
that's another challenge for IC.
Yeah, and that will again spoil the atmosphere within the organization.
Yes.
That nobody else would take that step to come and report it because they have seen the previous
Absolutely.
the incidents. So these are the challenges that committee has to keep in mind and
Yes.
work fairly.
There are people who are pointing out time is up. 3 minutes up. Yes.
One point I want to add.
Yes, please.
One challenge the committee has is they have to first know whether the complaint is genuine or not.
Yes, to evaluate how genuine is the complaint. Fantastic. Yes, please, go ahead.
So do I still answer his question?
Absolutely.
Just adding-
So we are coming back to you, sir, because she's...
Can I say a few more challenges? So, the answer to you would be, one, the situation is already done, right? You have already started judging her. Why has she not responded something in the previous situation? I think it's wrong. Second thing, how much ever educated a lady is, it still becomes difficult for her to imagine what kind of a response she would want to give. So, if I have come to you with a complaint, you cannot judge me and ask me why haven't I done that previously, because that's the whole reason.
Excuse me. One request, don't make it personal.
No.
The committee should not. Let's not
committee,
say
the
you
committee.
are, yes. Yes, let's not.
Apologies,
Yes,
apologies
yes.
for
Thank
that.
you so much.
Absolutely no, sir. I think it was more because it was a male and female responding.
Yeah, please. I mean, let's not make it personal. And what the gentleman asked is actually what is true in the society. There are a lot of people who have this question, and we must thank him for bringing it in the forum. I'm sure you've hired so many candidates, so you are expert at it, so we don't have to worry.
There is always say something, staring at someone does not mean having a conversation. When you have a conversation with a person, eye-to-eye contact, you can have 3 hours, 4 hours. Staring is something which is, you have a different intention. She's sitting here, just I'm looking at her. She'll feel more uncomfortable, sorry ma'am. So when discussion, communication is happening between two people, that is not staring. Staring is something, what? One more thing, and that is also somebody is welcoming, okay, it's comfortable. If somebody is discomfortable, I'm staring at somebody, if she's looking down and I know that she's not comfortable, I should not look. Then I should be knowing that it should be a conversation. Okay, and one more thing, fourth question I would like to the point.
Yes.
You know, committee faces the challenges. There could be, as a team, we have arrived at 2 conclusions.
Yes.
On the first challenge is, after this, what?
Okay, mic is like this. Even without a mic, I think I can be heard, right? The last person, yeah. So, committee is after this thing, complaints goes, then committee faces the challenges. If both are good, she misunderstood and this guy is a fine.
Yes.
Then what could be both the people together, how to reconcile them? Okay, that is one challenge. And second thing is, the committee also should know that whether many people have covered a lot of things, the man also should be heard properly. And the committee can come to the conclusion when 5 points she has raised the complaints, and when it has come to me and they asked, this has happened. Yes, that all things will happen. It's very common. It means he's acknowledging. Means 50% the problem is solved over there. He is well aware what he has done. So there is intention might be not be what she thought.
Yes.
So that can be
no, it's not.
differently.
What she thought doesn't matter. If there's an impact, there's a problem. If there's an impact, it is considered as sexual harassment. If that is communicated to the man and the man says, okay, I apologize and will not do it again, matter over, case closed.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt here. Because apology when she comes directly to me, I can say, oh really, you felt bad, I'm really sorry. We'll not repeat again. But it has gone to the complaint committee, then I have to see that I have not done anything wrong. Did she really feel like that? Okay, let me go and say sorry to her. Like that I can do, but I cannot say, sorry, but ek baar to galti kar liya. It is like I'm acknowledging that I had a wrong intentions.
Okay.
So,
no, it is not, sir. If, let's say, I call you sir, and you take it, how can she call me sir? She's more senior. Is that my intention wrong to call you sir?
No, I'm not even taking it.
Exactly, sir. So we need to understand that impact and intent, the difference between impact and intent. I may have the best of intent, but if the impact is there, impact matters, and we'll be seeing that in the next section that we have. Amish sir is telling me enough. Just one slide. Why women don't report? We've talked most of it. They don't know what's harassment, lack of faith in complaints process, fear of retaliation, belief that they can handle the situation themselves, and social stigma. And when I say women, let's make it a gender neutral. It applies to any gender. How many of you can raise your hand and say a man experiences harassment and will comfortably be able to go to the committee that I'm experiencing harassment? A man will have even more difficulty because men are not supposed to cry. Isn't it? So let's acknowledge, irrespective of the gender, people don't go to the committee, and it's our responsibility to ensure to create an environment where anybody can come. Thank you so much. And
we are just making a small pit stop here, given the fact that her team is taking the entire 2 sessions back to back. Let's break for a small tea break for 10 minutes. Tea is arranged outside. Please have a quick tea and come back. We have the second part of the session waiting for you. Thank you so much.
రావచ్చు కదా ఇటు రాదా ఇటు చూడాలి ఇటు చూడాలి సరే ఓకే ఫైన్
वो पीपीटी भी नहीं सर, वो सिर्फ यूट्यूब का लिंक कर लो, शुरू कर लो. So I request all the participants to please be back in the hall and seated. We are going to start our fourth session, and I invite the final speaker for the day, Ms. Bhavana Arora, Chief Engagement Officer, Ananya Women at Work, to the stage.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Please join and welcome our next speaker for the day, Ms. Bhavana Arora. Ms. Bhavana is a dynamic advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workspace, dedicated to fostering a positive and inclusive culture for both organizations and individuals. With a background in positive psychology, she provides a valuable consulting to individuals and groups. Currently pursuing her MA in psychology, Ms. Arora serves as a Chief Engagement Officer at Ananya Women at Work, where she actively contributes to empowering women in professional sphere. She is also an esteemed element of National Institute of Fashion Technology, NIFT. Today, Ms. Bhavana Arora will be leading a captivating case study session, sharing her expertise and insights on POSH Act 2013. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Ms. Arora as we eagerly anticipate her enlightening presenting. Thank you.
Good evening. Again I have to say, good evening. Yay! How was the tea? Louder. Good, not good? Good, yay, good. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for acknowledging good tea. And thank you for Nalsar for giving such a wonderful introduction of mine. Thanks a lot. So, till now we were doing like a lot of things on organizational. We did a story. Madhujit said, created a beautiful story. I'm going to do some case studies. The first one being a video case study. Here I'm going to show you a video. This video has three main characters. One is Santosh, one is Smita, and one is Smita's friend. So we are going to discuss these characters after we see the video. Yeah. So we must be having till the time, yeah, video is on.
आपके सामने बस भाई आप चलिए रखिए मैंने कुछ किया
मैं तो अपनी जा रही थी चुपचाप उन्होंने बात शुरू की
बात करना तो गुनाह हो गया कमाल है अब आदमी करे तो करे क्या
हुआ क्या ठीक से बता लंच टाइम हुआ तो मैं टिफिन लेकर आ रही थी संतोष जी सामने से चलकर रास्ते रोक लिया
अब रास्ता थोड़ी बदल लेंगे क्योंकि सामने से लेडीज आ रही है एक ही हफ्ते में काम करती है भाई ये तो होगा मैंने देखा उसके हाथ में खाने का डब्बा है तो मैं पूछ लूं आज साथ में छिड़ते ऐसे पैसा तो बोला
कुछ बोला क्या पहले बोला कि
ये रंग काफी जच रहा है आप पे
फिर बोला
आइए साथ में लंच करते
मुझे कंफर्टेबल नहीं लग रहा था पर मैंने उन्हें आराम से मना किया मैं मनीषा के साथ लंच करती हूँ शायद उनको बुरा लग गया
अब बुरा तो लगता ही है ना ऐसा नहीं क्या उससे 3 साल पहले से हूँ इस दफ्तर में रिस्पेक्ट भी कोई चीज होती है यार
रिस्पेक्ट अपनी जगह सुबह टाइम पर आती हूँ एक आध घंटा एक्स्ट्रा भी रुकी मैं कई बार और मैंने कुछ गलत थोड़ी कहा जाने वाली तो
आपसे कहीं ज्यादा अच्छी दिखने वाली लड़कियां काम कर चुकी हैं इस ऑफिस में ज्यादा दिमाग मत लगाइए
ये किस तरह की बात है
बात क्या है ना इस सर पे चढ़ जाती है। अब लेडी समझ के उनको डॉक्टर तक करते हैं तो उनको लगता है ज्यादा टॉप में, और ऐसा कुछ तो बोला भी नहीं है। मुझे लगा डर गई शायद, तो मैंने हंसकर समझाने की कोशिश की। अरे स्मिता जी और मैडम भी हैं इस ऑफिस में, हम लोग कई बार साथ में बैठ के लंच करते हैं, तो इतना सोचिएगा वो इस बारे में। इतना सा बोला तो मुंह बना लिया, घूम के निकल गई वहां से। मजाक नहीं कर सकते क्या?
मजाक के नाम पे कुछ भी बोलेंगे क्या? मैं उनसे बात करती हूँ। वैसे इससे पहले कभी संतोष जी के बारे में ऐसा कुछ सुना तो नहीं है। हो सकता है तुझे गलत लग रहा हो। सोच नहीं।
सब ठीक है ना?
क्या सोच रहे हो? जो हुआ वो गलत था, गलती से था, अब नहीं। सच तुम जानती हो, सोचो मत।
स्मिता जी सब ठीक है ना?
ठीक तो नहीं है, लेकिन हो जाएगा।
Yes, so this video is available online on YouTube. It is made by Unilever and UN Women. Anybody can see this video. It's a beautiful video and it gives us little idea on thin lines between uncomfortable behaviors and sexual harassment. So now again we'll make groups of 5 to 10 people maybe, however it is comfortable, like how we did earlier. We'll discuss on things like, what do you think about Santosh? What do you think about Smita? And what do you think about Smita's friend whom she was discussing? So these three characters we'll discuss. We just have 5 minutes with us. We'll discuss and we'll come back and discuss in the larger forum. Yeah? So let's form a group of 5 to 10 people. Once again, I know it is difficult after tea and after such a long day, Saturday evening, again exercising, but yes, it's important now. This is case studies which which we'll discuss later. First we'll discuss the video case study. Those are the other case studies. So let's discuss the video case study. Come on, let's form groups. We just don't have time. We are very short on time. 5 minutes, I've put the timer. Seeing the video here, Santosh, Smita and Smita's friend. So there are some papers which are being distributed. These are on case study and the other one is participants handout. So I hope everybody's got both. Okay, so those who've got just one, kindly raise the hand and the volunteers will come and give you the other one as well. But in the meantime, please discuss the video. This papers we'll discuss later. We'll talk about these papers later. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so just raise the hand. Okay, just discuss the video. After that.
Yes, ma'am, we are ready with the video discussion. Shall we start?
Wait, let everybody be ready. We have 2.5 minutes left now. Missed to see the video, please watch it on your phone. Nazaria from Unilever, you can just type in and you can see the video. We don't have more time to watch video again. We are already running late. Madhujit has taken most of my time. We have 1 more minute for discussion.
We are ready, ma'am.
Five minutes are done. I hope we have all finished with our discussions.
Yes, ma'am, we are in queue.
So request you all, please take your seats. You're done? Okay, fine. We'll just wait for the group to finish it off. Let them finish it off. Let's have a common discussion about all of them. So I should have informed you in beginning that it's the video is in Hindi. I hope everybody understands Hindi. But there were subtitles in English, so it shouldn't have been a problem for you. But I should have informed you in the beginning. I'm sorry. Close. Okay. Okay. Yeah, done? Thank you, everybody. Thank you for actively participating. And it's such a pleasure to see everyone so enthusiastic and discuss about Santosh. Let's talk about Santosh first.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
My name is Pavan. Out of the quick video, like our team has discussed based on the Madhuji's interaction, we identified that whatever might be the intent of the Santosh, but the impact was clearly shown here on her. So obviously this falls under the POSH is what we come to a conclusion. That's all.
Exactly. Whatever the intent was for Santosh, the impact was clearly visible. Anybody who else would like to add on over here? Yeah, please, mics.
Yeah, I mean, we see that there is an intention from Santosh, but the conversations happen within the space. Looks like the environment was inherited to have such kind of act coming in place.
Exactly. The environment was such to have it. So, we cannot still judge. Right now, sir, we were judging on Santosh. We should not judge on Santosh. We were judging on Santosh that his intent was not okay. So, let it be, let it come to internal committee. Let them take a decision and not let's just judge at this point of time, yeah? Yeah, hello? Exactly.
Like in the video, like the intentions are not correct, but he's proving his point is correct. He wanted to show like he's very nice, and he wanted to give that confidence or everything to the co-workers, but he's not like that.
Hello, ma'am. Can I?
Hi. Hi.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, please.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
from my perspective, Santosh was actually trying to twist the narrative according to his perspective, right? So, he was not actually telling what was happening. So, that was one thing he was doing. And he was also spreading rumors, you know, which was not required in the organization. So, that is one thing he was trying to do in the scenario.
Exactly. He was trying to spread rumors which is not required. And this will go against Santosh when the inquiry goes on or when the conversation goes on with the witnesses. It might go against Santosh. Yeah,
Okay.
ma'am.
So, I would like to speak about Smita's friend. I think at point number 1, she should not have directly stated that I haven't heard anything about Santosh earlier. She should have created a more comfortable environment for Smita to do what is right or do what she feels right. Either speak to Santosh, she should have encouraged her to speak to Santosh. If that doesn't work out, actually go to the IC.
Exactly, but we are talking about Santosh currently. We'll take this point, we'll park it till we come to Smita's friend.
Hello, ma'am. Can I speak?
Yeah, sure.
So we are talking here about Santosh. So this is intent versus impact. His intent may not be wrong, but the impact was really bad on her. And you know, chatting in open forum about her was also not good. And the way he speak, the tone and the way, like dinner pe chalte hain? Dinner pe chalte hain kya? Comfort with her friend, and she made a decision to, you know, she had the courage to break it and go ahead to complain.
Exactly. We'll talk about Smita also. Anybody else would like to talk about Santosh? Any different point from what we have already discussed over here? Sorry? Creating a hostile environment. Yeah. Santosh is creating a hostile environment according to...
Ma'am, most
Yeah.
of the points of Santosh were covered, but just one or two we want to point out.
Yeah.
One is he's making personal remarks, personal comments on a dressing. Ye rang up pe bahut judge tha hai, kind of a thing. And color of the dress.
Color of the dress,
Yes,
exactly.
which is not required.
Yeah.
And non-verbally, he's intimidating her by not moving or giving space for her to move from there, his standing position or.
His standing position, his body language.
His body language is very intimidating.
Intimidating. Very good, yeah.
Ma'am.
Very good observation.
Yeah, hi ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi ma'am, I want to say something about Santosh. Actually, as per as our perspective, that Santosh somewhere realizes that he committed some sort of a mistake, but he wants to try to justifying among with his friends that he did this, but his statement or anything that what he had did is not nowhere wrong. So somewhere he sort of realization is there, but he wants to try to justify his statements and all. That's my perspective.
Exactly, he was trying to justify, that's why I said earlier that this might be taken against Santosh if there is any inquiry or any conversation with Santosh or his friends, his colleagues.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, with regard to Santosh, Smita's friend is giving feedback that Santosh never had this kind of behavior. So her friend is giving statement that he is very good in office, his behavior is good. She is giving some 360 degrees feedback. So at the time, Smita is hesitant whether to give complaint or not. So she is in a dilemma whether to go ahead with on Santosh because is said in a lighter way or is having any intention like that.
Yeah, exactly. Now we are talking about Smita. Just because Smita's friend gave a judgment that we have never, gave a statement that we have never heard about Santosh in that manner. So now Smita is in dilemma whether she should go and complain or no.
Madam, here Smita also, to whom she has to approach, whether she is approaching right person or not, she is in a dilemma situation.
I didn't get that. Can you elaborate on that?
She is believing her friend, madam. In that video, she is believing her friend that her friend also unable to understand what is the situation, exact situation. So Smita is the here agreed woman. So she can know the pain, madam. So she can approach the right person over there.
She can approach the right person, but right now she has approached a friend who she felt she could confide in. Yeah?
Yeah, so it's me now, talking on behalf of Santosh, poor fellow. Everybody was screwing his happiness. So I feel that, he demonstrated a casual attitude, but, it did not go well for him at that point in time. So I think a benefit of doubt has to be given to Santosh. I'm his defense now. Thank you.
Exactly. Benefit of doubt should be given to Santosh. And if these behaviors continue with Santosh, some kind of counseling is required. Definitely, like not a strict punishment if it is a first time or a, not so regular behavior of his.
What is if in the case that Santosh doesn't find it that he's wrong? The awareness is not there.
Awareness is not there, exactly. Santosh doesn't feel that he's doing something wrong because there's no awareness. So that's why I said maybe some kind, that IC will decide, and maybe some kind of counseling session or some kind of training is given to Santosh at that point of time.
Yeah, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, Santosh could have given a complaint to IC because there is no training session in the organization. Many of the organizations, what they are doing, just statutory compliance, just maintain the meetings, fulfilling the papers and submit to the directorate. That is the thing is happening. Actually, thing is not happening inside the organizations. So Smita also, she approached her friend. So instead of, if her friends knows regarding the IC, she could have intimated to the Smita to go to IC and complain about the Mr. So-and-so. So that's the thing is not happening in the industries right now. Thank you.
Exactly. Smita's friend should have said, you go to the IC.
Ma'am, one observation I have regarding Santosh, somewhere he also exhibited the aggressive behavior
when Smita refused his invite and he moved forward saying there are other ladies in the office and pretty ladies in the office and they don't mind having lunch. That means he's defending his behavior and aggression is there in him. So that has to be dealt with.
Exactly. And even telling that...
He also was telling that he's having 3 years of experience in the organization and she's just a new joinee. So she has to respect. So that authority also he was showing.
Yeah, he's taking advantage of his tenure in the organization. Exactly. And in fact, I was going to say something, I forgot. Sorry. If it comes in my mind, I'll come back again. Yeah, anybody else for Smita's? Yes, ma'am.
Just in a lighter note, ma'am, the last sentence when she says ab theek ho jayega, that means everybody will get trained and they'll know about POSH. So
exactly. Exactly.
Yeah,
so, like how Madhujit informed earlier, and I'm assume that everybody must have said that there's a series of uncomfortable behaviors that might lead to sexual harassment. So right now, if at this stage Santosh is given some kind of training or counseling, then this series will stop here only, and the organization, Santosh, Mita, the IC, is contributing to prevention and prohibition of sexual harassment. Yes? Anybody else would like to add anything over here?
Gender harassment.
Sorry?
You know, gender harassment.
Yeah.
One gender harassing the other gender. It's not sexual harassment. इसके ऊपर ज़्यादा deep में जाने से we enter into the zone of the sexual harassment. You can elaborate on that.
Yeah, please, Madhujit, if you would like to take it. Yeah.
I'll take that. Sorry for that, Bhavna.
Sure, sure.
That if you see, and Bhavna has been saying repeatedly, that in terms of behavior, it was an uncomfortable behavior. We cannot qualify it as sexual harassment. But remember, the law says prevention, prohibition, and redressal. If we take it as sexual harassment, we are only talking about redressal. If we look at this behavior, which is uncomfortable, we are talking about prevention. If Smita goes and reports to the committee, and as Bhavna just said, if Smita chooses to report to the committee follows the due process, speaks with Smita, speaks with Santosh, tells Santosh that Smita was uncomfortable. Santosh realizes, while his intent, maybe as gentleman said, the intent may have been right. It's just that he's not aware of the impact of his behavior. If Santosh realizes at this stage, the three people, and Bhavna used this word specifically, Smita, Santosh, and the committee have contributed to prevention of sexual harassment. If Smita chooses not to go, but keeps the mouth shut, Santosh doesn't even know that his behavior is uncomfortable. There is a tendency to repeat the behavior. It is in the interest of Santosh that Smita goes to the committee also. Ideally, ideal situation, but we don't live in an ideal world. Ideal situation, if Smita can tell Santosh, and Smita and Santosh says, oh, I didn't realize it, I'm sorry. That's an ideal situation, but we don't live in an ideal world. Santosh might get aggressive, Smita might not have the skills to be able to tell Santosh directly, could be anything. So the committee is there to help Smita and Santosh. It's not Smita against Santosh. It is helping both Smita and Santosh in this case. Is that what you wanted to say?
Yeah, thank you, Madhuji. Thank you for making it so simple and so understandable for everybody. I hope everybody understood. All clear? Anything else?
Here I wanted to
add one more point that though Bhavana was telling again and again that we never heard any such comments about Santosh, he had very firm behavior so far. But Smita being in that position and she herself experienced that kind of incident from Santosh, and I appreciate Smita or whosoever being at Smita's place. Okay, we can share with friends, our colleagues, but still we have the confidence ourselves, and whosoever facing similar kind of incident, we Smita, but also to Santosh, educate about his unwelcomed behavior, which end of the day yields positive result from Santosh side as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, exactly. It will help, as Madhujit said, and she also said, it will help both of them. It's not only Smita, it's Smita, Santosh and the organization, because then the organization also becomes a safe place for everybody. Everybody means everybody. Yeah, anybody else? So we didn't discuss about Santosh's colleagues. So let's assume you were among one of the colleagues who was listening to Santosh. At that point of time, what would you have done for prevention? Yeah, please, Mike.
Hello, ma'am. I would have definitely asked the colleague, Santosh, and would like to understand what he is trying to tell, or what was his mindset was. He was standing in front of a woman. Would definitely ask him what was the reason. He could have actually moved away, in fact, and he did not do that, which implies that he had some intentions, and that would lead to maybe in the next level, if not addressed properly.
If you were one of the colleagues who were listening to Santosh, what would you have done at that point of time?
Sorry, ma'am, please come again. I didn't get that.
If you were one of the colleagues of Santosh who was listening to what Santosh was saying or trying to prevent himself, whatever his intent was.
I would have definitely questioned him. What was the reason that he was standing in front of the lady and Smita, in fact, and definitely ask him what was the reason that he was standing in front of Smita. He would have given her way and moved. In the next level, when he was having a conversation or commenting, ये dress आप, ये color आप पे बहुत जचता है. What made him to comment that? What was the specific reason? If he had no bad intention in his mind, he would have definitely not done that.
He would have not done that. But he didn't even tell his friends that, he was blocking the way. It was just shown to us in the video.
Exactly.
But he didn't say that, whatever was uncomfortable behaviors, he didn't point out. He was not telling his friends at that point of time. Yeah.
No, ma'am. In a conversation, he did say, मेरे सामने आ गई थी, तो organization में काम करते हैं, तो आमने सामने हो जाता है.
Yeah, that's true. Correct.
So, आमने सामने जाने की जरूरत क्या है? On a first instance, we can face each other on a good note, but if it is something which have to be addressed, they can give a path and leave.
Exactly. Thank you for sharing that. Give the path. Yes. If the person is uncomfortable. There's one more hands over here. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I would have counseled him for the act that what he has done, and brought in the concept of respect and the equality at the workplace, maybe, since we all colleagues work together, not to bring in that kind of difference among ourselves. Let's keep the barriers aside of a seniority or a juniority. Bring as a team and work together and eliminate the differences what would have been there.
Exactly. We should have counseled Santosh.
Hello.
Yeah.
I would have not encouraged him gossiping about another female employee in front of a lot of people. I would not encourage him. At least I would stop him to talk bad.
Exactly. Here he is using the office productive time and spreading out, just gossiping around. So how ma'am said that she would have stopped him that time only. This is not correct. We are gossiping in the office. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I want to add on this that when he was telling me the incident, I was listening to him clearly, and then I will tell him that if your intention is not wrong, your intention are good, and you are seeing that her behavior is very different, she is becoming little rude with you, so just stop it. Otherwise, it will create problem for you. And I will make him aware about the POSH as well, so that in future you have to face many problems. So if your intentions are correct, so please stop, and I will just give him little counseling or something. That's it, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. If his intention was clear, then definitely why worry? Just counsel and speak to Smita, clarify the doubts. It's perfectly fine. And just like Smita's friend said that we have never heard anybody talking like that about Santosh. There could always be a first time. There could always be a situation where others did feel uncomfortable when he offered them lunch the same way. It could be a situation where he never even approached anybody else. Or others were comfortable, like how I said, yeah, sorry. Correct? That does not mean that we stop offering lunch to our colleagues. That does not mean we stop offering dinners to our colleague. But it's just that how we do it, our body language, our tone, everything should go in sync. Anybody else would like to add on anything, or we go to next section? So in the next section, we have case studies which each one of you have got, I guess. Everybody's got case studies? There are 2 case studies.
Ma'am,
yeah.
You were asking what would Santosh, if I was Santosh's friend, colleague, and listening to all this, then I would say that wait a minute, I'll call Smita and फिर से दोहराओ, whatever you said to us in front of her, again you tell. So it's clear then and there what.
Yeah, very good. See the sixer. Very good, really. Thank you for sharing that. In fact, this is the first time I got to get this kind of a perspective for Santosh's friends. Yeah, so we'll do one thing. We'll again make groups, and we'll, case study number 1, this side of the auditorium, please discuss among yourself, and case study number 2, this side of the auditorium. Those who are in the center can decide on their own which case study they want to go through. So we have 10 minutes for this. Kindly form groups and we discuss on these. Questions are already there in those cases. 4.5 minutes left. 4.5 minutes.
One minute left.
Yeah, the 5 minutes are over. Now what we'll do is, we're done with discussion. Yeah? Anybody who's left who wants more time? Okay, so we'll do one thing. Another 1 minute, let's read the other case study. If you have discussed case study number 1, please read case study number 2. And those who have discussed case study number 2, please read case study number 1. So that we save time on reading that out for others. Just go through the case study and we'll start discussing. Yeah, so we'll start with case study number 1. We have question number 1. How would you deal with the situation? Sarita is there. How would you deal with the situation? Case study number 1. Yeah, Mike, please. Pass on the mic backside, please.
Hi ma'am, thanking you for the opportunity once again. Firstly here at the position of header, based on the resignation letter, I would inform to the chair of the committee, IC, that we received a case scenario like this. We would like to further investigate on this particular situation. So that's what I can do from the header position, as I am not part of the IC committee.
Okay, but which IC committee will you, because there are 2 different organizations we are talking about.
As the employee is belonging to our organization, we would be taking the primary responsibility in investigating and taking it further.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else would like to add on to that?
Ma'am, can I? From this.
Yeah, please. Backside also.
Madam.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, please. Here,
Can I?
here. Yeah.
Can I start?
Actually, okay, gentleman is, yeah, please.
Ma'am, in this case, the incident is happened with the client. So the employees, Sarita is decided to give resignation in the present organization, but the mistake was done by the client. So it's as a HR person, this case has to be dealt very carefully because it affects the business. So the employee will give complaint to the existing organization where she is working. There she has to give complaint to ICC, and the concerned HR person has to intimate to the client HR. This is the incident was happened, and the client person to be warned or to be handled carefully because it should not be affect to the business. It should be tactfully dealt without affecting the business.
Okay.
That is my view, ma'am.
Okay, so according to you, it should go to the HR of the client side.
Client place.
Okay. I'll take that later.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
Sarvani, I can just add on to this, whatever he has just mentioned. How would you deal with this particular situation? So since Sarita has resigned, first thing is she has not complained. She has not yet complained. So first we have to speak, check out whether she wants to complain, or maybe we have to speak out and get her to complain because she was uncomfortable with this particular situation which led to her resignation. Her resignation has to be withdrawn first. So this has to be dealt with the HR as well as the IC committee of the principal employer over there. The IC committee of the principal employer, that is Sarita's employer, have to connect with the client organization IC team to understand
Once she complains, they have to get both Raja and Sarita to speak and understand what's gone wrong over there. So that's on the first point. Also, I just wanted to add on this particular point. In most of the organization, planting a kiss maybe on the cheek or a peck on the cheek is cultural differences. So at times, in certain organizations, if it is a MNC, and wherever she has gone for work, if that is supposed to be a normal cultural aspect, that awareness has to be given by the client organization to the employees, by the ICT. I just wanted to add these points.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for adding that. Like, definitely. And sir, coming back to your point, the employer of the HR of Sarita should get in touch with HR of Raja. Correct? Because the business should not get affected. So when it goes to HR, there are more chances that confidentiality is not maintained. But IC has to maintain the confidentiality. So in the interest of Raja himself and Sarita, it should go to IC according to me. If anybody else would like to add or say something about it, please do that.
Here, Silvani here. So, as a HR, first of all, I would like to, explain the situation to Sarita. I'll make her comfortable, and I'll give her the assurance, and I'll make her aware of what are the policies and procedures we have to deal with such situations. Make her comfortable and make her understand to withdraw her resignation, and then I'll ask her to lodge a complaint to IC, and then after receiving the complaint, I'll forward it. I'll discuss with the client. There is an incident happened at your work location. So basically, in all our business, dealings, we will have agreement where in the client location, we will take care of the employee safety and the other protocols. So both the principal employer and client are bound for those rules. So on that note, we request the client to cooperate with the IC proceedings on Raja. As she rightly mentioned, there would be some cultural references, but definitely planting a kiss on a woman employee, that too on a trainee, may not be acceptable. There is some context, there should be a people around. I don't think so it is a cultural thing because of the time, venue and the people around. So I could see there is some sort of sensitivity. So I'll definitely refer this to IC and then ask the client to help us with the proceedings.
Exactly. It goes to the client IC as well, because the incident has happened at the client area. And in the interest of business, in the interest of Sarita, if she resigns, it is, the HR can definitely explain Sarita that this has happened now and because of this you are resigning. It can happen in multiple organizations where all will you keep resigning. Why run away from a situation? HR can definitely help Sarita find out solutions and go to client IC team. Yes, sir.
Few of them were saying that the Sarita has to lodge another complaint, right? She's already put that as a part of the resignation. If she stays in the company, she does not stay in the company, it becomes the responsibility of the HR to take it up to the ICC committee internal and then pass it on to the client.
Madhujit, would you like to take that?
True? The question.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to give my perspective here. Yeah, so first thing is that, Sarita just started her career, right? And going by to the client's place, she already proven that, she is able to manage, critical projects. And she has just started her career. So, and she is under tremendous stress. That is what the, the case study says. So as head of HR, I would create an environment where she feels safe, right? I would encourage her to probably take some time off to just manage, get over, like control herself, like get the hold of things, and encourage her that, don't take any hasty decisions. Now, we are here as an organization to protect her and protect her other colleagues as well. Right? This is not just about, while this is about Sarita, there can be more such cases. So we don't want to create such precedents at all. So we would take the, give her that confidence, give her that awareness that, what is POSH. She aware of POSH, but she may not be aware what it can do for her and for Rajesh equally, right? It's not, even Rajesh has to realize that even though in their culture, right, it's Delhi, so it's India, but in their culture it may be acceptable, but not for somebody who's a guest at their place, right? So he also should be aware of his do's and don'ts. So that is what I would say, yeah. And of course, this case has to be handled by both the HR of my organization and sensitively informed to the other client as well, because there could be, while there are business dynamics there, at the end of the day, we need to make the environment safer. Exactly. That is very important,
Yes.
So the leadership can take the call on how to manage that business impact, but at the end, we should be employee, friendly. That's what I would say, yeah.
Exactly. If it happened to one employee, it could happen to multiple employees if the client continues the similar behavior.
And one more point, like see, Sarita just joined the organization, and probably within a few weeks, right, she has traveled to a client organization, right? So I would also have some training programs at my end to basically tell her what she should be doing or how she can manage the situation. Because after second week or after first week, she was all by herself. So she did not know what she could do, what she could not do. So probably out of obligation, she thought, she would accept the dinner invite, but she did not know the implications of that. So maybe a training sessions to say, hey, how you can gently say no, right? That is also important, that I would give that kind of an awareness for all the employees.
For upcoming, now that Sarita's case has happened, there would be other people who will be joining in, freshers joining in.
Right.
And this kind of awareness program will definitely give a better environment for the organization. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Ma'am, I would like to kind of differ with you in the context that you mentioned on here, Vikram.
Yeah.
In terms of saying that ये तुम्हारे साथ कहीं भी और हो सकता है या कोई और organization में भी हो सकता है, I think then that's not a leadership quality.
No.
Right? No, let me complete.
Sorry.
Right? One of the most important things that we need to correlate is that the sensitivity of the matter, irrespective of the details, whether there was a kiss or not, she spent 5 months in the organization. There would have been an induction, assume. There would have been a conversation with a manager. There would have been an account manager for the customer to go ahead and have a conversation with. So which means somewhere down the line, she knew there was some bit of a hierarchy. So if you trivialize all that and say, if you're going to run from here, you're going to run to another organization, it can happen with you, you're consistently making her look like she can be a victim forever, which is completely unacceptable.
I agree with you.
Right?
I'll take back my words. Thank you for the...
Now coming to the other point, if I was the HR head, what I would do is I would take this up with my ICC, without Sarita's interest of continuing. As an organization, I have an obligation to keep my headcount safe, right?
Yes.
And the ICC has to talk to the customer ICC in terms of ensuring, and then coming back to me as a supplier in terms of reassuring that none of my other employees would ever have to face this again, which means they have to give me a compliance report, where I understand that there has been certain recommendations, actions taken, closed, reported to the mandatory authority, and then I'm assured that henceforth the organization would ensure none of my other people will getting of business and converting opportunities to business has got nothing to do with human decency and the POSH.
Yes.
Right? So whenever an organization says my business is more important, then the organization has a threat that the employees are told that you are not so important.
Exactly.
So I think we should refrain from those kind of thinking processes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing that.
I have another point to add on here. See, we see the Sarita's resignation, right? So she has mentioned the reason. So as a HR head, we should see that as a feedback or a reason to take it up further. first view. And then whether referring to the ICC or like, whether taking it to the client, again it is subject to the contractual, the terms and conditions with the client, and HR to HR or IC to IC. There are a lot of communication flows here and there will be there. The confidentiality at the stake. So this maybe needs to be discussed. Whether it is a part of a POSH or not also some maybe to be discussed.
Yes, so that IC will discuss. IC will get into it. They will discuss and take it as whether they should take it as POSH or they should take it as other grievances.
Hello. I have a quick question. Like as sir said, we can, for this client, we are taking the report, we have taken a written report. What we can do for the next time whenever we are sending our employees to other clients, how we can assure it from the client side that there is such things is not going to happen? Because we will educate our employee, okay, fine, this is what it is. But in spite of that, how can we get a assurance from the client that the same thing is not going to happen?
Yeah, so here, you would like to take that? Okay, what would you say? Good one.
See, that's what I got a question, because I'll agreement or whatever, the written report, I would repeat the same thing, but I need a suggestion in that, like how can we avoid all these things? As sir explained clearly, I
think wonderful, Vikram. Thank you very much. They were in my mind and I think you stole it. So, see, when she resigned, just like my good friend who is sitting up in front of me, she said that letter itself is to be treated as a complaint, but I have a different notion for it. I should seek her help to say, should I take this resignation also as a complaint letter? Without her permission, I cannot take that as a sumoto and then to put it to the IC. That's my view. Because it's a dignity of the woman that she may be feeling that she may be more vulnerable, for which I need to take that protection as well. Second, business comes next, safety comes first. So I may lose a client, I'm happy to lose a client rather than the dignity of the woman in my company as a HR head. But if the candidate says, I don't want to file a case, but as a HR head, this is a resignation copy, which is the confidential document of the company, I will not hesitate to go to the company, my client's place, and open the discussion with their CEO. That is on behalf of my organization, not because of the resignation letter. I would go open the conversation, ensure that their IC responds to me back, and that will become my futuristic agreement conditions. Not the direct agreement, but it is my principle as a principal employer. I will have to ensure that these things will not happen with this client, and client also will be more conscious. So to the point, what my friend at the back, she's saying, how will the company, the client assure me? You prepare your employees first.
Exactly.
Client will tell 100 things that we will assure. But client is only bothered about the business. Welfare is my responsibility as a HR head. So how do I train my people, give them the confidence, support them? Even if she resigns and goes out, once I get after 6 months or 1 year, if I get a letter from their IC, apology letter, I will not hesitate to file this or send a copy of that to the person who resigned, to giving her the confidence that this is what your organization is all about. Because today's exited employee can be to my future employee again as well. So these are the few cents which I would like to thank. Thank you, Vikram, once again.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, did that answer your question, ma'am? Did that answer your question?
Now, after
the incident, we have taken a report from the client, ex-client. Now I'm sending, I already educated my employee, she is trained enough, but still there can be different case study. So how can we assure that from the client? Why? The ex-client, okay, fine, it is done, we have some written report, same client, it won't happen. But how can we avoid it in future? Like as we discussed, prevention is always better. So, okay. Okay.
Get into contracts. Sir mentioned that. Get into
Okay.
contracts with every client of yours.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Hi, ma'am. Good evening. The side. Yeah. So I want to add one more point here. Like we are discussing here.
Yeah, okay.
So we are discussing about Sarita and the other company. Yeah. So, but then we also look here, I mean, as an HR head, we also look for Divya. Though we understand that there was a personal emergency and she had to go, but then she should understand that Sarita is new. She might want to impress her manager, or maybe she understands that the business is complicated. She has to stay back to complete that. But then Divya, as a senior, should guide her junior that no, because safety first, so we might, speak to the business and we'll take out some time, so you should also go back. So this also, we should create an awareness to all the employees, and this could also be done.
Yeah, but like how we said earlier also, the case is, this has already happened.
Yes,
Now what?
No, the case has happened. I'm just saying as an HR what we can do in future.
Okay. Yeah.
Because see, Divya, because she's a manager, she is a tenured employee, but she left and she left for the personal reason, keeping her junior there alone. So as an HR head, that awareness should be there to all the employees.
Yeah, but like it's, I mean, yeah, you can say that also, but why not give an opportunity to younger ones, to the new employees, to take up the cases, to take up the clients individually? Just because these kind of cases might happen, we cannot suppress the new people, new employees for an opportunity like this. Yeah?
Yes.
So we'll go to case number 2.
Ma'am, I had a point.
Yeah.
As adding to the point ma'am had made earlier, I feel managers should be given training. Hello?
Yeah, where?
Ma'am, here, over here.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so according to my team, managers should be given better training, as in training on communication, training on interaction, wherein managers should gain confidence of new trainees, and especially before taking such crucial projects. Like you're a trainee and you're literally, given an important project. So you should know the code of conduct. So if at all you see such invitations come, you can actually ask your manager whether it's feasible for you as a new trainee to accompany a client. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Trainings definitely do make a lot of difference, and like how everybody has been mentioning, that awareness for new employees is very important. Thank you very much.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
This side, ma'am. You're right.
Yeah.
Ma'am, I would like to add one more thing in the training. Like many people have given a very good points here, but I would like to add one more, that is cultural. As one of our colleagues said, that there may be a culture difference in all the organization, both the organization. Same when an Indian person go to foreign, then also there is a huge difference. So at that time we gave training to them about their culture, about how the country is, how the behavior. Kissing is a very small thing in foreign. So I feel that when a person is going to another organization for any sort of work, they should be aware that how the culture that organization has, Plus, the client organization should also know that the what culture that organization, the person is coming, from which background he or she may is. So that will bring a balance between both the organization culture, and that may help such kind of problems.
Yes, it does help. But when we talk about inter-country culturals, it is easy to educate because the culture is the entire country. Here we are talking about within the culture difference, within the country culture difference. So within the country means the country has one big culture, one major culture. So it is very difficult to differentiate culture from organization to organization within a country. And if we spend a lot of time understanding all the clients and all the suppliers' culture, it will be really time consuming.
Ma'am, their representative can come and give a small training for this, I feel.
We can do that. It's like how Madhujit said that it's an ideal situation, but we don't live in an ideal world. Yeah, thank you so much. So we really don't have time now. Case number 2, fast, we'll just finish it off. Anybody wants to say anything in case number 2? Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
So here in the case study 2, the first question is, what options does Raima have? So given the fact that they had a very friendly relationship earlier, the first thing that she could have done is confront him, being assertive because he was a friend, and maybe convey the discomfort that she felt in the last few days. And then if it is beyond a tolerable extent, of course, she can raise a complaint. She can share this thing with her office colleagues, and she can raise a complaint to the official forum that she is not comfortable with this.
Exactly. Like she can convey it and go to IC also if the message is not taken by him. Anybody else? Yeah.
So here the first question is?
Yep, no, we can't hear you. Yeah.
So what options does Rima have? So obviously the feel came from Ranjan, from friendship, from the day one they were being together, lunch and friendship developed. After that Ranjan proposed her. So Rima did good thing, like right thing, that she is not interested in that relationship where Ranjan would have been stopped it, but he didn't stop. And when it comes to second question, in this case, who's at the fault of Rima or Ranjan? Rima. So Ranjan, it's definitely Ranjan's mistake only, because after Rima expressed her disinterest towards that new relationship, he would have stopped it at front. But he didn't stop, though. It is Ranjan's mistake. And is Rima case sustainable under POSH Act? It is again a dicey situation because Ranjan started following her after office hours and he started watching her, which is not comfortable. It also offensive for privacy of Rima. So in this case, Rima can, as she is a friend of Ranjan, she can slightly warn him, I'm not comfortable, and stop this kind of behavior. Even after, if what are the repercussions also she have to tell at the first instant itself, where if he is not stopping following her or watching her, then she may, I will go to complain to HR or IC committee. Even after Ranjan is not stopping his adverse behavior, then she definitely can go to POSH Act. And obviously nowadays in the current society we are watching so many scenarios. Every incident is starting from the point 1 and where we supposed to stop. When it is not stopping, the results is becoming severe and adverse. Like when Ranjan start continuing, like he keep watching her and she stopped her friendship with Ranjan, and she may developing friendship with somebody else where the possessiveness also develops in Ranjan, and he starts thinking intensively and he may start troubling her. To stop all those things at the beginning of any unwelcome behavior or adverse results is before it leads, any employee should stop and give clear-cut instructions and clear-cut objection also she have to express, and she have to also tell that what may happen if it is not stopped. And when it comes to organizational responsibility, See, obviously, as a HR personnel, we always encourage people to be cultural, social, and when it goes to, when organization watching and receiving these kind of instances, we have to continue our sensitization among employees, like what kind of culture we should develop here, what kind of relations we should have with the colleagues. That should be the organizational responsibility. And coming to the first case, I wanted to express. Please, just don't that fine. No, I wanted to add one point. It is apart from POSH. When Ranjan, I guess, when I not that one, Sarita submitted her resignation. If I am the HR for Sarita, of course, we get to know about the incident, but as a HR, I also educate and sensitize as it is the first employment of Sarita. I will educate her to stay strong and to find out the resolution, not choose on the resignation. Today, maybe she is facing this kind of situation. Tomorrow also she may be.
It's okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, we are just going. And just to finish it up, I would like to add over here, these are real-time scenarios. It is not being made up. And in this case, in the second case, what had happened when we talked to the person, Ranjan, when we spoke, the names have been changed though. When we spoke to Ranjan, he said that, I mean, as any couple fights and then they just come back and, you know, they resolve within each other. I thought she will come back to me, and the IC said, now that she's come to IC, you know how serious she is not to continue the relationship. And thank you so much. We are really running late. Thank you very much, Nalsar. I would also like to thank all the volunteers over here, and thank you. Bye-bye.
As we draw curtains on this Enlightenment POSH workshop, I want to take a moment to express our deepest gratitude to two remarkable individuals who have made this afternoon a resounding success. Firstly, we extend our sincere appreciation to Ms. Madhujit Singh. Ma'am, your wise words have added a profound dimension to our workshop. Secondly, a heartfelt thank you to Ms. Bhavana Arora. Ma'am, your insights, your expertise and dedication to the cause of your workplace safety have been truly inspiring. Now, I would like to invite Yasho Nandini, the President of the HR Club, and Rajat Goswami to present the mementos to the speakers. Ma'am, can we have you on stage? Now we'll take a small break for the high tea, and we request all of you to come back within 10 minutes as the chief guest, the Honorable Chief Justice of Telangana High Court, Ms. Madhavi Devi, will be arriving. And we also request all of you to stay until the end of the ceremony to receive all your certificates. Thank you.
check.
ఫోల్డర్స్లో అంతే పెట్టాం మేము.
Hello. Hello. Hello everybody. The chief guest will be arriving in 5 to 10 minutes, so please be seated. Thank you for your patience.
I'm sure as you are aware, we are expecting a small delay in the proceedings. Meanwhile, you have your notepads. It would be really grateful for us in planning future events if you could pen down your feedback about the events, some of the areas maybe we could improve, some of the areas that we were really good at. So we would expect you to just fill in a small form. Our volunteers would come in and collect the feedback forms. Thank you so much, and apologies for the delay. Honorable Justice P. Madhavi Devi, our esteemed Vice Chancellor Professor Sri Krishna Deva Rao, our respected Registrar K. Vidyalada Reddy, distinguished guests, eminent speakers, faculties, and dear participants. Good evening to one and all present here. It's an honor and a privilege to welcome you all to the valedictory ceremony of this monumental workshop on Prevention of Sexual Harassment Act of 2013. It's extremely motivating and reassuring to have such a gathering of individuals even in this late evening who are committed in creating safer and more inclusive workplaces. Nalsar University of Law firmly believes in promoting legal awareness, and the post-training workshop is one such activity that underscores our commitment to this cause. Our initiative today is one of the numerous steps that we have taken in our journey to spread legal consciousness and make meaningful impact in the society. To make the day more special, we have a very illustrious list of guests for the valedictory ceremony. Let me begin by introducing the chief guest of the day, Srimati Justice P. Madhavi Devi. It's with great reverence and esteem that we welcome the distinguished presence of Honorable Srimati Justice P. Madhavi Devi today. She held distinguished positions as standing counsel for the central government in the Central Administrative Tribunal, as well as the High Court of Andhra Pradesh, and represented the Oriental Insurance Company as standing counsel. Her service in the realm of law extended to the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal as judicial member and contributing various judgments on issues related to domestic and international taxation, transfer pricing, etc. It's a pleasure to have you here today, ma'am. Welcome, welcome. We are also joined by our beloved Vice Chancellor P. Sri Krishna Deva Rao. Professor Rao is a celebrated criminal law teacher and a strong advocate for human rights. Due to pass of time, I welcome our beloved Vice Chancellor P. Sri Krishna Deva Rao to the evening.
Honorable Justice Madhavi Garu, my colleague Professor Vidyalada Reddy and Registrar, and the panelists, friends, and all of you, those who have gathered here. I appreciate and congratulate Department of Management Studies, the Human Resources Club, HR Club, for organizing this initiative, which is very timely. As a lawyers, law teachers, and those who all wanted to learn the law, particularly the words expressions are very important for all of us, particularly for law teachers. The sexual harassment as a word or a phrase or a vocabulary entered into the Indian legal framework very late, as you have all discussed today. It took almost all 97 to 2013. I look at only few words I wanted to share, maybe 2 sentences very briefly. First is, it requires a mindset. What is required is a new approach, new outlook, new friendship. All places, particularly working spaces, has to be friendly, gender friendly, caste friendly, disabled friendly, and that's what is humanism. That is the pervading ideological framework behind prevention of sexual harassment. Why should harass anyone? Harassment is a very big word. We have traveled from outraging modesty to harassment to atrocity. These are all. So, friends, I think since morning you have been discussing about this. Just only that, particularly my colleagues, male friends, should remove that patriarchal notion, which all of us, we carry our baggages. And patriarchal mindset is very difficult to change. So we should happily work together. You should discuss together and debate, discuss. I think that is what the purpose of these orientation, and we look forward to all your help and you further educate others. And thank you, and wonderful to have all of you here. Thank you.
Now I request our Chief Guest, Honorable Justice P. Madhavi Devi, to kindly address the participants.
Sabhaya Namaha. The dignitaries on the dais, Sri Krishna Deva Rao Garu and Vidyulata Reddy Garu, and the dignitaries of the dais. So, very good evening to all of you. And at the outset, let me apologize for being late. We are behind schedule by 45 minutes. And all of you must have spent your forces discussing and deliberating today on a very important topic, and you must have been exhausted. So, sorry for being late, but it is a working day today for us. So I had to leave the court and then do some work in the court, sign some very important orders. So before proceeding here, and the distance is also contributed, that also has contributed. Today, the topic given to me to speak is women empowerment and also prevention of sexual harassment at workplaces for women. I think we are all on a celebratory mode today because Women's Reservation Bill has been passed in the Parliament. So I congratulate all of you, both men and women who are here, that we have been able to cross the hurdles, and unanimously the Parliament has passed the bill. Now most of us here who have assembled here are successful women in our professions, our careers, in our lives. So do we need to speak about women empowerment? For ourselves, maybe not, but for others, yes, because we have to be the guides wherever necessary to lead our sisters and brothers forward in this field. So what does women empowerment entail? What does it mean? Having money, having status, having power? Is it only the women empowerment? In my opinion, it's not. That is important, but that's not the only thing that's needed for women empowerment. Women empowerment is having self-esteem, self-respect, and being recognized as a valuable member of the society, irrespective of your gender. And that is, as being a mother, sister, daughter, as a family member, yes, we are all recognized, we are respected, we are loved. But other than that, we also have our own value, and our contribution to the society should be recognized. Our contribution to the economic development should be recognized. And our decision making, we should have the power of decision making, we should have the power to contribute in the policy making. So that is where women empowerment comes into play. Do we really need reservation? Maybe to an extent. Now, I think with the reservation policy in force, we are seeing many women in the colleges, in the offices, now in the parliament and legislative assemblies. But there were days when, so without reservation, are we not successful? Are we not able to do it? There were days when women were not given the right of education. People were not willing to send their daughters and sisters for education to educational colleges, institutions. engineering was considered to be a very male-oriented subject. So I think most of you are from software company and so from organization. So you all must have heard of Mrs. Sudha Murthy. Yes? Yes or no? Yes. So in her talks, my favorite pastime is, to see videos of her speaking. And in most of her videos, she recites her experience when she was studying in an engineering college. She was the only woman in the college, only woman student in that college, and many of her father's friends had advised him against sending her to a engineering college. What will she do after, completion of course? So she recites the difficulties that she faced. But those did not deter her, but it made her more determined to face the challenges and move forward. And today we look up to her as an inspiration. We also hear about her story as to how, I think, Tata Consultancy had given an advertisement saying that, the job is only for men. But she wrote a letter and she impressed upon the Tata people that, women also can perform and women should be recruited. And that's how she entered the field. And she's an inspiration for us because she's not only her own contribution is there, but she has also contributed in the development of Mr. Narayan Murthy and in the development of the company Infosys. So one woman without reservation also could do so many wonders. So with reservation, what can we not achieve? I'm sure now we'll be able to achieve a lot with these. I don't want to bore you with my speech because, all of you are waiting to go home. So though I have prepared a speech, I'm not going to read it now. So what is women empowerment? We'll live by real live examples. We should read. So in our our history books, we have read about Jhansi Ki Rani, Lakshmi Bhai. We have read about Ahalya Bai Holkar, who was very good in administration. And we have read about modern women and scientists like Kalpana Chawla, astronaut. So we have seen women in every walk of life excel. And when it comes to our own field, law, I think almost 50% of the lecturers must be women here. Engineering, you don't know, it is by choice. And you will find that most of the students are also women. More than 50% must be women. And they have entered this premier institutions through their sheer hard work and after writing CLAT, facing the competition, and then they come here. So you can see that, we have broken all glass ceilings. Women are everywhere. They have proved their mettle. They have proved that they can do anything if given a chance, or if not prevented from doing her work. In the High Court, I can say, I think, without any reservation. There is no reservation policy for appointment of judges in the High Court. Okay. Now in Telangana High Court, we are 9 judges out of 33 who are women. So 33% of High Court judges are women, and it's not by any reservation. And if you go to the district judiciary, more than 90% of judges are women. So you can see, even without reservation, we could do wonders, and if we get reservation, what not can be done. Initially, when reservation for women was provided in municipalities or, sarpanches, Panchayat Raj, then people used to go around searching for a man who would let his wife participate in the elections, become an sarpanch. And then the entire office would be run by him. She used to be only a rubber stamp. And in North they used to call, it seems, Sarpanch Pati or Sarpanch Patni. But now after, maybe it was a starting step, and people did not know, or women did not know their power, their ability to rule. And once they got the taste of it, I think they have pushed men behind, and now women are able to administer better than men. I'm not belittling men, please don't misunderstand me. Men and women are equal. In all these years, because of certain political or social conditions, women have been left behind, and now is the time for us to take a step forward and show our ability and show through our hard work that we can perform. I think earlier, leadership roles would not be given to women, thinking that, they are more focused on their families, their children, and they would not be able to devote time for the social work of society. But the political leadership of certain parties we have seen, where they are led by women, that they are able to perform better, or equally good performance is there. And in offices also, we find that women officers are more or dedicated to their work, and they also have the leadership qualities to take everybody along as they do in families. Having such a workforce will help in the economic development of a country. We don't count the contribution of a woman at home when she performs the family chores. But if you have to pay a maid or a cook for all the work that she does, then you'll start counting how much money is being spent and how much can be saved. Then you'll understand the economic contribution of a woman in the family, and particularly in a working woman, when she'll be doing both work at home and also work outside. So what is the role of men in all this? They have a very big role, and I'm very happy to see that there are equal number of men here in this audience, because it's equally important that both men and women understand their roles and their responsibilities and their duties towards the society and towards each other. We are equal, so we have to feel responsible equally for each other, and we have to contribute equally for each others who have encouraged me to study and to come to this position. My parents did not hesitate to educate me. I was a graduate at the time of my marriage. And after marriage, it was my husband who encouraged me. Or in fact, I'll say he did not prevent my development. He encouraged me to study and practice and come to a position where I command respect both at family and in the society. And I think this is how the family should work, and this is how the contribution of men should be towards their fellow human beings, females. As far as brain is concerned, scientifically, there may be doctors here who would tell us, brain is equal in both men and women. It doesn't it functions same way. It receives, assimilates, analyzes, and contributes in the equally same way for both men and women. Our heart is different, of course. Women's heart is soft, not in physical mode, but emotionally also, because of our own nature. That is our womanhood. So we have to enjoy the womanhood and also be proud that we are able to contribute to the family and also to the society, but be strong when it comes to self-esteem or self-respect. And in this manner, I think the men can contribute a lot. You have to learn to respect the contribution of women and encourage and also take advantage of that contribution. Often I worked in Bombay as income tax separate tribunal member, and I had very knowledgeable members, colleagues. And they used to jovially say, though we were only 2 women amongst the members at that time, they used to say, they used to respect us and sisters, and they used to say, sisters, after you have come to the office, there is a sea change. We are able to see more camaraderie amongst ourselves also. So 1 or 2 women in the office itself would make such a large sea change. And imagine if there are more women, almost 50% of women, how the office would be. But when we want to encourage women force, women as a workforce for economic development of the country, are we providing sufficient protection, facilities to them? That is what is to be questioned. That is what we have to question ourselves when we provide. Now, today I have with me my law clerk here. So before we started, we just wanted to use our restrooms. Then she said, ma'am, may I go to my grandma's place and then come to you? I said, why? She said, no, I just want to go. I understood. Though in the High Court, we have High Court and it's a very old building, we have washrooms. They are not that well maintained perhaps. And therefore, she had to request me to go to her grandma's place and then come to me. I said, no, use mine, so it's okay. So that is in being in the High Court itself, if a person doesn't feel comfortable using a washroom, then how comfortable are women to work in places where there are no facilities? A person will have to work from morning 8 to, I'm including the time for travel, preparation, everything, till evening. And if a person doesn't get a chance to use a washroom comfortably, then what is the facility that we are giving? It's a basic need. And then what are the facilities that are being given for women to protect themselves from sexual harassment? What is sexual harassment? It's not just mere, really only the physical activity, but there are so many other gestures which are also considered as sexual harassment. I think you must have discussed about those things today. So what are the mechanisms that we have put in place to protect our sisters, our mothers, or our daughters, or our friends, to protect, to safeguard themselves from such activities? In the High Court, we have 2 committees. There is a committee called Gender Sensitization Committee, of which I am the chairperson. And there is also another committee for the internal committee for the employees. So I had a committee where we deal with complaints, sexual harassment complaints from advocates, litigant public, or casual labor, everybody within the presence of the High Court. Can you imagine that there would be sexual harassment in the High Court, which is the temple of justice? When I was nominated as a chairperson, I thought, what would be my role? Maybe it's just a naam ke vasta post. But the day we took charge, we received a complaint. So it's not, limited to a particular corner of the society or a particular class of society. It is, like Krishna Deva Rao ji said, it's in the mindset. And the mindset can be anywhere, whether it's in the High Court or it is, in a gully or a small place or a theater, anywhere. So therefore it is, we have to understand that this is the mindset of people where what we need to change. But we also have to take safeguards, put safeguards in place to see that it is prevented. All of us have vehicles. I'm sure most of you must be driving. And if there is a constable, police constable at the signal, you would invariably stop the vehicle much, behind the stop line. But if there is no police constable, what would you do? You would look here and then think that, there is nobody to see and there is nobody to stop. You would just go away. So these internal committees are like police constables at the traffic constables at the traffic junctions. So therefore we need to have such committees, and we need to sensitize the stakeholders, men, women, workers, employees, officers, everybody about the consequences of such activities and the effect such activities would have on their lives, not only their own lives but also on the lives of their family members. There would be a stigma attached to such an act. We have to maintain the confidentiality of the victims, and also we have to provide for protection of such victims from retaliation. So this is how the POSH Act has come, and I'm sure you must have discussed about the ins and outs of each and every provision of the Act. I'm sure all of you are going back enriched with takeaways about the Act, and also as to what are the precautions that you have to take in such cases. Is it unique to India that we have such laws, or is it a world over problem? When we talk about this, mindset, so mindset is same for everyone, whether you are in India or you are in America or you are in Australia or you are in Africa. So we are mostly, the world is in patriarchal society, and slowly it's changing, but still it requires time. And therefore, the United Nations, the United States of America, had passed an act in the year 1972 to prohibit sexual harassment, including sexual violence, in educational institutions receiving federal funding. Canada also has passed Human Rights Act prohibiting sexual harassment in federal workplaces and regulated industries. The Equality Act of 2010 in the UK prohibits sexual harassment in employment and education. The EU Directive of 2006 addresses sexual harassment in workplace and requires member states to take punitive measures. Australia, South Africa, and Japan, and the latest being Brazil, have all passed laws to prohibit sexual harassment of women at workplaces or educational institutions. So therefore, it's not unique only to India. So we must understand that we are also part of the global society where such things are happening, and we have to raise our voices against such activities. We must not only raise our voices but also encourage the women or men. Let's understand that sexual harassment doesn't mean only women. It could be of men also. So we have to be vigilant, and we have to raise our voices and encourage the victims to come out and say or ventilate their grievances. Now, fighting for rights does not mean constant conflict within families or with your colleagues, with your mother, father, brother, sister. I have my right. No. It means understanding our roles and gaining respect for those roles so that we get the support we need to succeed, whether male or female. So there is a common saying that behind every successful man, there is a woman, this they say to, praise the wife of a successful man. And equally good, equally correct is a saying that behind every successful woman, there is a man. And therefore, I hope that all the men here are also people who are behind successful women in their lives. One of my colleagues used to say, sister, I am the boss at home. And then he used to slowly say, I am saying this with the permission of my wife. So we know who is the boss at home. And as the boss at home, we are not only rule with command, but also with love and respect. On this day, when we are celebrating the passing of Women Reservation Bill, and I can see 2 women occupying the dais, and so many successful women in the audience, I'm very happy that I have got such an opportunity to be amongst you and share a few thoughts with you. I am sure that, today's deliberations have been very successful, and I congratulate all of you for your participation and thank you all for being here and patiently hearing me out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an insightful speech. Walking the talk, we have a student club here called as Outside X, which delivers business magazine, and they have many thousand followers who read their online as well as offline magazine. I think it's a great occasion to inform you that this edition of Outside X was prepared by an all-girls editorial panel, and I welcome the editorial panel here. Outside X magazines are in the table. I request distinguished guests to kindly unveil the Outside X latest edition. This is the all-girls team that is behind this effort. I also request Honorable Chief Guest to kindly unveil the certificates for the participants and the volunteers. Thank you, ma'am. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor of Nalsar University to kindly hand over a token of appreciation to our Chief Guest. I request Registrar of Nalsar University of Law, Vidyalada Reddy, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
So good evening to you all. So I wish you had a wonderful day today. Now, being the formal host of this university, I need to give you the vote of thanks. Usually, I would say on behalf of Nalsar University of Law, we are very happy to organize this workshop. But today, I am very unhappy to organize this workshop. Why unhappy? Simple. This, having to have this law enacted in 2013 is an indication of the fact that we don't know to be in co-working spaces. We don't know to work with the different genders. Is really a tragedy. And I can't trace when this women started working in India, at least South India. I don't have any exact date or time since when we actually started working, but one example I could quote from a Telugu popular film called Gundama Katha, 1962, which celebrated 60 years completion recently, where a very popular song is there which depicts the societal situation at that time, which states that women are coming to working. Lechindi Nidra, Lechindi Mahila Lokam, Daddarilindi Purusha Prapancham, Pattanalalo, Udyogalu, Palletulalo, Panchayatilu. So by then women were working and people were in the presiding over panchayats, according to that. And still, if we had this law enacted in 1973 or at least 83, it made some sense that people were made to understand to work together and like. But unfortunately, the need for legislation being arised and enacted in 2013 is an indication of the fact that we are really uncivilized people. We are establishing to the world that we are uncivilized, and I wish we prove ourselves that this law becomes redundant very soon. See, Sati Abolition Act is redundant today because there is no violator, but it's a happy thing. Same is the case. I wish this law becomes redundant at the earliest and society learns or educates or brings up their kids and family members in such a way that the need for this law vanishes at the earliest. Anyway, no more captive audience situation. All of you are tired and willing to run away the minute you are given the certificate. Many of them left also. We are sorry for the delay. We couldn't do anything much because we are located at a very far off distance. I wholeheartedly thank Justice Madhvi Devi for making time out after a full hectic day at the High Court and still traveling this distance and coming all over to speak and share her experience with you. Thank you, ma'am. And I thank the resource persons, Professor Amita Danda, Vasudha Nagraj, human rights lawyer, Mrs. Madhujit Singh and Bhavna Arora from Ananya and Women at Work organization. And I thank the organizers, my colleagues, faculty, and more especially our Vice Chancellor, Professor Krishnadev Rao, for allowing us and helping us and guiding us throughout. And thank you all, and I hope you enjoy, and I wish that you come back to Nalsar for more such programs. And any feedback, good or bad, please share it with the organizers. We'll be more than happy to help you out in organizing much better in future. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. So that marks the end of a long day. I hope it was enriching. The certificates are available in the registration counters in which you have done the registrations. Thank you so much. Thank you, dignitaries. Thank you so much for joining us today.